Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm live. I'm here. I'm back. It's been a little bit. It's been a week. Or like 2 weeks, I guess, because I missed last week. Uh, but I'm here. Jeez. And I've forgotten how to live stream once again. um, how's everyone doing? I got a flu shot today and a COVID shot. My arms are sore. Uh, and I feel so great. um, but I'm back, and I believe, if I recall correctly, we're starting the fourth case today, which I'm no, the fourth, not the fourth. It'd be the third. God, I can't even remember what case we're on. I was like, fourth seems a little far in. That's because it is on the stream. I don't tell me about that. Can edit. No. Right, we start. Yeah, okay. Now I'm remembering. We did start the fourth case. Or the third case. God, what is up with my words today? We started the third case last time. With Lemire. We're... We haven't gotten to the, we just got through, like, questioning people. We've met what's-his-face with the horrible hair. What's-his-face with the horrible hair? That made Doodle violently uncomfortable every time he saw it. Yeah. Um, Darian. Darian Crescent. Um, that was fun. And, like, during the stream, I was like, yeah, I think I know a spoiler for this case. My first reaction to him was Golden. Yeah, I I'd seen him before, but I wasn't sure when he was gonna show up. Um, and it's kind of funny because since then I've seen, like, a lot of fan art of him, and it's like, I don't know what's happening. Where is this coming from? Um, but yeah, then we stopped in the middle of talking to Lemire because I got absolutely tangented, just rambling about Persona 5. Um, and that was like a whole half an hour at the end of the stream. Probably more of me just talking about Persona, which is really embarrassing. um, yeah, I was really having a moment. Um, yeah, it was fun. I should. Oh my god, I can't like talk about it again. I can't like go into this again. Um, yeah, my VOD's channel is linked on the Discord. I wanted to make sure of that because I was like, the Chatamaze. God, I I've watched. I was talking to Doodle about it because I like have been messaging him ever since I found out that he like knew Persona. Just kind of like saying stuff about RT's playthrough as I got through it. And I finally watched the fourth highlights. And like I had seen bits of it live, but Oh my god, I love Futaba so much. Like, I could probably talk about that for a long time. There was like genuinely a part in that uh a line that she has that like made me start crying. Um like I I really it's wild compared to the first case and how everything was handled in that, and then jumping to the fourth case where it's like this is a really like deep character that like has a interesting character development. Yeah. Fair enough. Uh it's good. It's good. And like it is very funny because it's like a new video comes out. It's like, okay, I guess I'm spending another 2 hours of my life, not even counting the like 10 hours I've probably spent just like half listening to a stream in the background. Um, this game is stupidly long, and yet I'm like, maybe I should play it. Like, yeah, I know a lot of the plot by now, but what if I like bought the game and played it myself also? Like that would be hell, but also kind of fun, you know. Um I just am kind of obsessed with the like social life part of it too. Like it's kind of the same as I keep comparing it to Danganronpa, but like the social life in that where like you kind of want to get the game yourself just so you can make your own decisions on whose confidants you want to rank up, like who you want to like I want to do a playthrough but be the least the least optimal person. Yeah. Um I outside the metaverse, yeah, I want to do the opposite where I spend like I only spend time with confidants and then I do the palace on the last day and I fuck it up majestically and I lose. Like cuz um he like he keeps talking about like it's a spreadsheet game and it's like I can't do that shit. I that's the main reason I haven't gotten it yet is because like that's just not like I don't have the mental capacity for games like that. That's why I'm bad at like board games and stuff. I have a friend who's like super into board games and he like has probably 80 board games and knows all the rules to them and plays Magic the Gathering. It's like I can't read. Like I don't know what you want from me. Um and just like talking to people about like various different styles of games and being like, yeah, when I played Breath of the Wild, I gave up because I have to be in a game where it's like this is the plot and there are no spreadsheets and you just figure it out like Ace Attorney. Like anything else I give up. If it's an open world game, I forget what I'm doing. Um if it's a spreadsheet game, can't do it. I wish Persona 5 was a game I could play with someone. Yeah, like I mean, I don't know if you mean like on stream or like co-op, but co-op Persona 5 is also an interesting concept. Like, yeah, just just both of you is Johnny Anime. Get bored doing it by myself. Yeah. Yeah, I think well cuz it's also like I guess it is on Steam or whatever cuz it's on multiple ports now. I don't know. But like I could get it and stream it, but also that's such a huge time commitment that it's like I don't think I could um do that. Like especially since I'm already like I'm going to finish Apollo Justice. I'm going to finish it. I swear to god I'm going to finish it. I'm not going to give up on this game. I can't like say, "Oh, I'm also going to like spend money on Persona 5 and play it on stream." That just I don't know. Like and then at the same time like the person that I'm watching like at the same time I'm watching someone else play it, so I already know the plot of it. But in like a couple years, I do think I want to go back and play it myself if I remember, you know, like maybe play it on stream, maybe do it myself just and not get that far, just you know, try it. I'm fascinated by Akechi. I have no idea what that fucker's up to, but boy, am I fascinated. And so, if I were playing my own playthrough, I would probably just be like, yeah, I'm spending all time with him, even if it's not, like, if it doesn't make sense. Like, even if it's not optimal or whatever, you know? Because I just. Rivalry. Fascinating. Um, yeah, it's a fun time. I should probably, like, start playing the video game, though. I've talked a lot. So we're going to open. We're gonna at least open the game. Load. Jeez. I hope that's not too loud. That seems a little loud. Maybe it's just loud to me. No, it's good? Okay. Great. Yeah, I had to... Every time my, like, microphone gets unplugged, I have to re-add it to the Streamlab thing, which is cool. I don't know why it, like... I guess it makes sense that it does that, but... It's annoying. Alright, and yeah, this is... This is, like, the exact... I still have the freaking guy up. I still have the beaver up. We can't have the beaver up so early in the stream. We have to start off at least a little bit normal. Yeah, this music was playing in the background for like 20-30 minutes while I was talking about Persona 5. And then I was finally like, I have to stop. I have to, like, at least turn off this music and do something. And then we talked about Persona 5 music and how it also freaking bangs. I have my favorite, like, it's kind of a tangent, but it's kind of upsetting how much I listen to video game music. I literally have a playlist called Gamer Music for Gamers, and it's got Persona music, Ace Attorney music, Danganronpa music, and Undertale music. And I listen to it, like, regularly. Like, when I'm driving, when I'm doing work, when I'm just hanging out in the house. Anyway, I haven't even, like, because I'm like, oh, I don't want music spoilers for some reason. So I need to go through and add, like, the stuff from Chapter 4 of Persona and the stuff from the third case in Ace Attorney, you know? Anyway, we're bothering Lemire about Letus's death, and, like, trying to talk to her about what's going on. And we left off in the middle of a conversation because I forgot to get to a good stopping point. So we're just gonna start from here, and we're going to try and figure it out. Persona 5 has made me feel like I can never say for real, unironically. That is no joke. That is why I stopped playing the video game last week or 2 weeks ago and started talking about Persona 5, is because I'm like, I don't think anyone said for real in the game, but I was like making a joke about something like for real, and then I was like, you know, that phrase is kind of ruined for me because of Persona. And then I went off the deep end. Anyway, no one will even tell me why he has died. I was doing, like, a weird mumbly voice for Lemire because she's, like, supposed to be speaking in a foreign language. I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone. Right, yeah. Mr. Latouche was a talented man. The siren of the ballad. Wasn't that you? That phrase was his idea, you know. Right. Also, there was this bit that was like, Latouche died and was like Oh, the siren. Or his last words, whatever, were only heard by Apollo. And he said something, the siren. And we were like, I wonder what that could mean. And it's like, the game has now brought up the siren of the ballad like 6 times. And Apollo's still a little too dense to get it. That phrase was his idea, you know. I'm happy for him that it has become so well known. The siren. That's what he meant. Here he goes. Finally. Huh? Apollo? You are the siren, right, Lemire? That is the meaning of my name in... Oh, yeah, Bourgeois. No, yeah, Bourgeois is cool. I got... Yes. It is the name my producer gave me, but why do you ask? It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you. What do you mean, important? I'll tell you. You deserve to know. You are breaking the... I don't know if it's breaking the law, but it's something like breaking the law by telling her what's going on after Gavin explicitly told you not to do that. Right. Machi is the little kid. She's like 40. Can we just like go over this again? Your pianist, Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll. He's very European. I met him while singing in restaurants in Bourgogne. He's an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale almost. I noticed he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. Yeah. At first I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? He had never left Bourgogne before we met. I made his presence a part of my contract. Machi and I together are Lemire, together always. Right. Latouche was her manager, and no one will tell her why how he died. Okay. So we're going over this man's last words. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case. How? When we found Mr. Latouche, we don't have to, like, say this. He was still alive. What? I heard him say something. His last words. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Ask witness. Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who is the witness? The witness is Siren. Yeah. And I was there and screaming, please, for the love of God, put pressure on that wound. But he died. Anyway, he said siren? Really? I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said. Mr. Latouche said that? Ask the witness? And you're the siren, Lemire. Did you see what happened? Lemire? Might I ask, are you with the police? Eh? Well, no. I'm a defense attorney. An attorney? Yet there have been no arrests, yes? Is that a problem? Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. She has immediately become so suspicious. Jeez. But also, she does have a point. And also, it is interesting that we've been given a case suddenly where we don't know, like, we know who could be suspected, but we don't know which one of them will have to defend yet. So it's kind of like, I'm suspicious of a lot of people, but one of them I will have to defend in court, so I can't, like, likely. I mean, I don't think the game would exist if I didn't have to defend someone. So, we'll see. But, Lemire, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them. She's got a point. Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us? Because she saw something that she doesn't want you to know. Like, she's hiding something. I believe we are through here. I believe so. Also, like, to be fair though, I gave you the courtesy of telling you his dying words, and you were like, no. Like, we're just trying to find out the truth, and you are putting yourself, I guess, Fifth Amendment, but, you know. So we've been over everything to talk. I think I've clicked everything in this room. I'm not sure where, oh, Machi went outside. Cause he was like, he wanted to get some fresh air or whatever. Oh, now I'm freaking worried about the crime scene. Cause we were like supposed to make sure no one touched the crime scene while Emma's gone. Was that always there? That, like, pink thing? That is weird to me. But I'm assuming it was just always there. But yeah, we were explicitly told by Emma not to leave the crime scene to make sure that no one touched it. And then we left the crime scene because we wanted to. No one's around. What are we supposed to do now? I guess we'll go back in. I get the feeling you weren't supposed to take a huge break in the middle of the case either. Yeah, we presented this to her. Cause she, I think it used to be like here. Or something. We just look at the profiles. Oh. And we presented that to her. And it says it belongs to her. The mixing board, right. We went through this and we found out who fucked up the song. With the amount of recaps it gives, you'd think they planned for people having breaks. Yeah, and like flashbacks to like 5 seconds ago. Yeah. Oh, we also like found out that everything that happened in this like happened in real life or whatever. And it was like, oh, it was planned by someone. Ooh. Stole the keys because Gavin lost his keys. Burning because his guitar lit on fire. And then bullet. And then flying and whatever. The gun is like really high power. I don't know what they want. I guess I can examine the crime scene again to make sure nothing's changed. Because I am suspicious about this, but it could also be the same. Yeah, there's a window. Maybe the killer escaped through that. No one can fit through it. But it, like, goes to outside. And I was like, the line of sight there is perfect for where the gunshots were. Everyone wants to eat the fruit. That's the pendant on the ground there. I don't know. It's also like eerie quiet, which I'm not a huge fan of. Oh, maybe there's something on the stage? Excuse me while I fumble around for a little bit. It was like put all these electronic devices, something to do with sound. Everyone's touching the things when they shouldn't be. I don't remember what I'm doing. there's gotta be something. Thought I presented the... Oh, wrong freaking place. God, I can't even move around in this game properly. Freaking... I'm like, Gaviner's dressing room, but I want to see Lemire. But she's in here because I'm an idiot. Yeah, that's her brooch. I was wondering where I dropped it. What was it doing at the crime scene? Went through... What freaking heck? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Have you presented anything to her? I presented the... Ah! I presented her brooch to her. I guess I can present, like, the... Oh. I mean, I could... Yeah, you want to see my attorney's badge? So you can... freaking give me an answer? No. Well, because she's the only person, and we've been through everything else. So it's like, I don't know what you want. She doesn't care about the gun. You care about this? Okay. I've looked at everything in the room. I've seen all of this last 2 weeks ago. I don't want to go... I don't want to read all of this again. Sorry for the, like, clicking, by the way. What was the last thing that happened in the hall? I don't remember. I mean, we went through the hall to get to... Yeah, we already saw this. I'm just, like, going back through the friggin' dialogue again to see if that triggers anything. Either check Lemire's room or the stage again. No! This can't be. I mean, like, I don't know what... What do you want from me? Please. Please. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. My God. Am I missing, like... But it would... Because it's like... I have no idea. Yeah, I'm gonna be really upset if it's like, oh, you freaking, you messed up a freaking, like, you forgot to check this one object in this one place, and now you're not gonna get anything triggered for the next. Because this is wrong. Something's wrong. Yeah, I have a freaking walkthrough pulled up because I was like, this is not supposed to happen. I broke it. I broke it. No. I don't like to pull up the walkthrough. I don't like to pull up the walkthrough. I'm worried that it was because I clicked a dialogue thing out of order. So I've gone back to the save before, just to bump through this again. Oh shit, I clicked the wrong fucking... I'm gonna do this exactly how the game wants me to, or I will die. Hold tab to scroll dialogue. Oh my god, you're right. That's incredible. Yeah, speed up. Yeah, I'm just gonna like make sure that I get through every talk option directly in order so that this doesn't freaking... I believe we are through here. Move. What the hell?! No! What the fuck? I know the thing that's supposed to trigger here. And it's not happening. What the fuck? Hey, Emma? Hey, Emma. Where are you? Where have you gone? What did I do? I didn't miss something, right? Let me look it up. I might be an idiot. I might... Follow justice, the attorney. Case 3. Day 1 investigation. If you are, then so am I, because I have the guide, but I'm completely stumped. Yeah, I pulled up the guide also. And I'm actually, like, stressed. I'm stressed. Mm. I'm gonna go back into... Like, yeah, I spent half an hour standing in the Gaviner's dressing room listening to Lemira's music in the middle of her dialogue because I was talking about Persona. But the game should have planned for that. Hmm. I doubt that's what would break it. Yeah. Oh, I've never seen this. I think your package... Pokemon's here! Sorry. I haven't seen this. That must be what it was. I just missed a bit of evidence. I'm surprised that it didn't prompt me to find this earlier, but I'm like 90% sure I haven't seen this. What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen these before. It must be your native tongue, Bourgeois. A landscape painter in sound. This is how it would translate, roughly. Please, take one. A landscape painter in sound. That's a nice image. Yeah, because I needed it in my evidence. Yep. Let's fucking go. Triggered the scene that I needed. Putting the walkthrough away. Back to the video game. A fucking course. Yeah, I was worried about the half an hour where I was just talking, but no, it's just like I missed a bit of evidence. Sometimes it's that simple. It's like past midnight in the game. Also Pokemon's here. I want to go get that soon. I'm gonna come out and be patient. I can be patient. Alright. Backstage hallway. Whoa, who's there now? Ah, it's you. Where were you? Emma! Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. Yeah. Sorry, Emma. I was just staring into space in the middle of the dressing room, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do next, because you weren't showing up. Everyone just got bored and went home. So true. A lot grumpier than you. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. Ugh, it's all your fault, Oops, maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene. Yeah, you fucking think so, Apollo? Maybe you should have, not left the crime scene, not, done the one thing she told you not to do. What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else? I don't know. There are a lot of other things that could go missing that are not a dead body. But... okay. Yeah? Mr. Lotus's body has disappeared. What? Yeah. Ramirez dressing room. Oh, hello. Ah, Prosecutor Gavin. From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. I heard Lister Matus's body is gone missing. Look for yourself. It's very funny because, like, I did walk into this room about 3 minutes ago. Just, like, wandered in there, like, is anyone in here? And then walked out. And then, like, picked up a postcard and was like, oh, this is nice. And then the body disappears. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start the investigation. There's no need for alarm, Fraulein Detective. Ah. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin. Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. How could Mr. Latus's body just disappear? How could Gavin be enjoying a missing corpse? Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching. Hello. Mr. fucking awful hair. Hey. Oh, what was the voice that I was giving him? It was Southern. Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Diane? Hate this. Where's the... Yeah. That's like leagues better. Like, so quickly, it's leagues better. I forgot I was, like, gonna mess around and, like, change his sprites completely. On the ones with his hair like that. Just mod the game. Haven't done it, though. See, Gator's gone missing? It was in the dressing room. Geeter? Who's Geeter? Guitar? That's what I call my guitar, you like, man? Just find the render layer he's on and remove it. Yeah, no, like, it would be pretty easy to just, like, get rid of. Like, I just have to, like, I'm gonna go do that. Yeah. I mean, because it's not, like, that hard to change the couple of sprites, and I'm sure that it's just, like, a file in the, but it's an emulator, so that's the only reason I'm not sure, like, how it would work. Because it's a NDS file? And I don't know how those work, but so I've just made, like, a very rudimentary, like, put a shape over it and fix it, and it's worked so far. So your guitar was stolen? This hasn't been a guitar day for guitars or guitars. This hasn't been a good day for guitars or guitars. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds the guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Gator's like a missing person, not lost and found, man. Where did he say it was? Was it in, like, the... Was it on stage when it got stolen, or was it, like... Because we were just in the dressing room, so it couldn't have been stolen out of there. I guess it had to have been on the stage. Alright, time to look for a dead body. The only place that I can think to look is the stage, so... Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Something is definitely different here. Let's check it out. It's like playing Spot the Difference, but I don't actually remember what the first scene looked like. I'm guessing something about the guitar case, but also... Oh, I finally, like, figured out what this is. It's that raising platform that he was standing on when he was singing. Wrong button. I'm not sure that's all that important right now. Let's check out that thing in the middle of the stage. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it was raised up. Tools, view layers, untick sub-object. Untick sub-object. I can just delete her. Oh my god. I have too much power. So I can delete Darian from existence, but I also would have to delete his text from existence. That's a shame. Well. Yeah, the stage is raised, which I didn't realize. That stage must have been lowered before. That's the tower that Lemire and Prosecutor Gavin were singing. Deleted people usually can't speak IRL either. I mean, yeah. True. But... yeah, no, it's... I don't have a comeback for that. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Paulo, what about that ladder there against the wall? What about the, like, computer that's right there? We could use that to take a look up top. Maybe we should get Emma. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. I'm not so good with heights. He's just like me for real. It's actually not true. I'm, like, pretty good with heights, actually. I think they're kind of fun. But, like, he's also, like, a little pathetic little guy, and I think that's beautiful. Stop whining and start climbing. Didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 20 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. They really just, like... they were like, oh, let's hide the body by putting it on the stage and then just, like, raising it 20 feet in the air and just, like, leaving it there. No one will find that. Eek! We found 2 things we were looking for and 1 thing we never expected to find. So I'm assuming the guitar's up there with the dead body. What is the thing they didn't expect to? I'm trying to expect the unexpected. Something, the guitar was... the guitar was on fire in the performance. Maybe something to do with that. Or a gun. Or... I don't know. Oh, the little boy. Right. I should have thought of that. I was like trying to think like, because I was like, who the only person who could have moved? Well, I guess Darian, or I guess Kristoff, Klavier, Emma, Machi, and Darian. All of them were not in our sight. When we were like, the body was being moved. And because we immediately saw Klavier, Emma, and Darian, I was like, okay, where is Machi? For some reason, I was like, he's not gonna be up there. Maybe he moved the body, but he wouldn't be up there. No, he just kind of like is hanging out. Okay. Oh, that's it? Oh, we're back here. Okay. Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Oh. They arrested a little boy. They arrested a 14-year-old child. He looks suspicious, but I don't think you can just do that. Right? I don't know. What happens when a child is accused of murder? Is Lemire his legal guardian? How could he have moved the body? Oh, he is blind. That. And he is also, like, small, but, like, who else could have, you know? Unless, like, I can't say because I know. Fair enough. Like, well, because it's like, oh, you could argue that, like, Emma did it. You could argue that, like, while we were talking to Lemire, Emma came back and moved the body and then was like, oh, the body's been moved. But, like, that's a little silly. I don't know. Like, the only thing we know for sure is that it wasn't us, Lemire, or Trucy, because we were all talking at the time. Anyway, are they legally allowed to arrest Machi? I do not know. Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobai Maki Makita. I forgot how to pronounce his last name. The blind pianist. Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Latouche. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. I guess they had proof of some kind. What proof could possibly prove that? Morning. But Prosecutor Gavin? What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Maki? Why? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night after all, yet. Yet? The powers that be say that. Given the circumstances, it could only have been him. Yeah. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lemire was invited from Virginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. It's all the powers that be want, really. So Clavier is right now saying they're pinning it on a 14-year-old boy so that the case is done sooner. Which is an interesting take. Well, those are circumstances, alright. But what makes Maki the only possible suspect? Her forehead? You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. He can't just, like, say that to me with that, like, smug look on his face, with his hands on his hips, like a slutty little... Sorry. I shouldn't say that. Anyway. Ah, right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better anyway. I don't know what that means. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney. What did you just say? Me? The defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down in the detention center. He wants to request your services. Is he gonna pay me? Sorry. You mean Machi? Or Maki? I need to make up my mind on how I'm gonna pronounce this little boy's name. Maki? Maki wants me? This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going. Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lemire. Oh, God, freaking dang it. I hope I'm up to this. July 8th, detention center, visitor's room. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute kid like that could do something so terrible. I said that already. He's not even that cute to me. He freaks me out. Like, I don't like that his hair can just do that. And, like, you can't really tell his expression because of the sunglasses, but that's also because he's blind, so it's like, I don't know. Wait. How is he requesting us if he doesn't even speak English? He only speaks Persian. Maki, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you. Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night? Huh? That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this. In a country so far from everything he's ever known. Maybe Lemire can help? But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? We're flashing back to like a minute ago. Well, what are we gonna do? That's, a good question. I can't think of anything we can do. God! Freaking dang it! I need to get something to, like, keep me awake because I'm gonna keep yawning and it's really gonna piss me off. Just because, like, every time I'm in the middle of talking, it's like I start yawning and it's like, well, I can't talk while I'm yawning. That's how freaking voices work. I'm not even that tired. Piss. I'm gonna go a little longer before I go. And I'll go grab Pokemon. And something, probably some tea. Keep myself awake. Alright. Jeez. Alright. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. And hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Yeah, he's fully like, he can't speak English and he's been thrown in jail. Away from his translator. Like, that's not... And he's 14. That's ridiculous. Oh, we're going straight to court? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? That's not even fair. Court is now in session for... How do I say that? Well, that's not even like a phonetic pronunciation for me, the viewer. That's so unhelpful. Maki Tobe, Your Honor. The pixie of the arpeggio. Right. Right. His trial. Court is now in session. The defense is... You're right. Fucking damn it. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-okay, Herr Judge. You can't just make up what your statement is gonna be. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No, actually. There was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in a hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? What does this have to do with the court case? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. Damn. Sorry for your loss or whatever. I don't care. Can you, like... Yeah, that sucks, but, like, keep your personal life out of the courtroom. The whole point of a judge is that they're impartial, and they're not in a rush to get through the trial like there is in every case in an Ace Attorney game. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with a most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? Someone's already dead, Judge. Please don't change the subject. Yeah, like, yeah. We have a more pressing thing at hand. Like, we need to get this trial that you are presiding over done. Like, we need to do your job. You need to do your job. It's crazy. She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. I freaking knew that was where this was. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement briefly. You're in luck, Herr Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. God damn, dude. First to review the victim in this case. Romain Latouche, age 35. The global manager for Jiva Songstress, Lamira. The cause of death, blood loss, due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. Okay, new autopsy report. Gamers. 45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. It did indeed. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I don't know where my accent's going for Clavier. Don't pay attention. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering. His condition is dead. I don't think it gets worse than dead. 2 shots were fired. One shot missed, and the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall of the crime scene. Observe the diagram. Great. There's a wall there. There's a wall there! Hey! How did the bullet go through the What the hell? Anyway. I see. The court accepts this evidence. Diagram added to the court record. If we're talking about a 45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use. Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. I think the judge's bones are just brittle. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. He's talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Exactly. This murder was impossible. It's not impossible! There's a window right there that we saw! For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, Maki Tobe. Only the defendant could have committed this crime. But how? It's quite simple. Circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Do tell, Clavier. I really hope he's not going to be like, well, the defendant is a child, so he could crawl through the tiny window in the corner. Like, bitch, you could also stand outside the window. Very well. I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Let the witness please take the stand. Emma! Your name and profession, please. I forgot I usually bring up the beaver in times like this. Maki vented. Don't say this to me. I can't believe you would say that. I'm gonna leave the beaver up while Emma's here. While Emma's on the stand. Your name and profession, please. I'm a Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Probably because she's tired. She's a working woman. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. They shouldn't, though. It's like a whole murder, Mr. Judge. Gotta be honest with you. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. You shouldn't admit to that. You're saying that you've done worse mistakes than death? Than letting a person die? Like, I don't know, like sentencing people to death for crimes they didn't commit? Is that what kind of bigger mistakes you're talking about? You know, I'm still bitter about the fact that they, like, it's super vague how much they use the death penalty, but the fact that it does, like, canonically happen, and probably happens more frequently than it should, it still gets, like, under my skin. Like, and not even, like, in an annoying way, it just kind of makes me sad, honestly. Knowing that all of those characters are, like, dead. Anyway, I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. I don't. In any case. Well, I guess I do if it means that the judge would get thrown in jail and then we'd have a more competent judge. Because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered. And we were able to identify the killer. I mean, we weren't. You may give the court your testimony if you want. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. Alright. Murderous circumstances. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. How did you determine this? It was lucky that detective was the first on the scene. But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. And I don't get it. How can they say that Maki did it? Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. Ugh. Right. I like that we have this, like, regularly now. I'm sure that the next time it comes up, like, it's gonna be again where, Trucy's like, look at the thing that, or like, no, it won't be Trucy this time, it'll be Apollo being like, oh my gosh, I'm noticing things, and Trucy being like, you're perceiving! I can't believe that you're better at perceiving than I am. Anyway. What's this mean, Emma? How do you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. What are the circumstances? Listen. We know that there was only one exit from the room, that door. Small window, only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility. The air vent. Oh my god, he vented. I mean, the ladder is perfectly under that, huh? Ah. But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... A child. Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. No. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant? The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. Beaver voice. Hello, Doodle. Good to see you. I've brought the beaver up because Emma is on the witness stand. I have not done the beaver voice yet. We found out that, the child is accused of murder. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Hair Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found in the air vent grill. Oh. Trey says that it had recently been opened doesn't mean that it was opened that night. That could be a coincidence also. I hold firm on the theory that someone was outside and shot through. Because why else would they have the window there, right? Like, but also, okay, we got this. And I think it was the little boy. Well, that's not nice. That's a wall there, and they're saying that the gun, also like the gun just kind of ended up on the floor, but it was like somehow shot through the man into there, which would kind of mean the angle should be there, which also doesn't line up with the window, which was like here. But like, something's up with the bullets, which I'm annoyed by. Also, earlier we got stuck because I forgot to look at the freaking painting that was the postcard that was on the table. I also do want to check this. Okay, that doesn't help us at all. We have a crime photo. Also this boomerang gun. Sure. Traces that it had been recently opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Maki Tobei's fingerprint. What? What? Okay. Now this is getting ridiculous. Order, order, order. He's 14. He's 14. Why would he murder? What is his motive? Also, the thing about, like, these stupid Ace Attorney games where it's like, oh, you've proved that only this person could do it. But do you have a motive? No? Well, I guess it wasn't them. You're guilty, go to jail. Like, is the man with a hair fashion crime worse than any normal crime in the series here? Not yet, but I still have, this. Also, I was shown a really fun trick earlier. Look at this shit. I can delete him from existence. Unfortunately, that also gets rid of the text, but it does show that I can, like, it's definitely, like, just on a layer within the program. Like, so it will be super easy to get rid of his hair once I get around to doing that. That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Hair Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. Enough with the metaphors. And that one is our Pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience. Oh, she could. Are we suspecting Trucy of murder because she's a child? I think Trucy did it, actually. I hope Trucy goes to jail. I don't hope Trucy goes to jail. I like Trucy, but it would be really funny if they were like, yeah, Phoenix's daughter, the weird little girl who helps you for the first few cases, she's going to jail now, sorry. Bye. That'd be very silly. Yeah, she was out whooping it up in the audience. She couldn't have done the murder. So this was his decisive evidence. And he brought it out pretty fast, huh? Quite decisive indeed. I know the circumstances under which the body was found. I was there. Examination of the crime scene was enough to nail down the killer? I'm sure they have a good reason. They must have a good reason to arrest Maki. And I'm going to find out what it was. Right, so we're back to her testimony. Night of the murder, I was security backstage at Gavin's request. Only people involved in the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. I didn't even get anything added? I didn't get anything added to the testimony. Even through that whole conversation. Like, people that were involved in the concert in some way were allowed backstage. I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos. Thanks for that. Ah, hey. No, hey. No snacking in court. And you're sure the shots came from the mirror's room? Yes, absolutely. Where else would they come from? Hey. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Please stop throwing things at me. Thanks. Why would you eat it? What? Snow? So, how about it, Emma? You were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that. Orbital strike. Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. Rock? That's so helpful. Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? The prosecutor in your courtroom was performing. How do you not know what rock and roll is? That's right, when we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They pipe sound from the stage into the backstage through the speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. Don't make fun of him, the judge is just a little guy. The judge is not a little guy. The judge is an old man. And he is incompetent. And I want him replaced. And he's also probably murdered someone? He's not a little guy to me. He's a freak. I don't like him. I'm anti-judge. I'm anti-judge in this stream. He's so little and dumb. Why are you so defensive of the judge? We need to do an Ace Attorney characters tier list. We should do a tier list at the end of this game where we go through every character and we... I'll do my own tier list and then you guys can vote on your own tier list. The collective chat tier list. Judge and judge tier. Yeah, your judge tier is at the top of the list and mine is at the bottom of the list. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume. You're a freak and you're going to lose your hearing. When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear that music playing, then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. To get it working, can I send you a non-Darian version of the ROM? It's just like deleting him from the game? I mean, because I don't mind him as a character. I just hate his hair so much. I want to replace his sprite with a sprite where his hair isn't as bad. Like, because I don't think it would be that hard to edit his sprite into like just kind of a slicked back mullet kind of thing. I found the hacking tools and I could replace the sprites if I learned how to use them. Oh my god. Replace him with a beaver. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Well, because I think last week, or 2 weeks ago, we were talking about if I did end up creating a different, like a modded version of this game with Darian's hair fixed, I would also replace like some of Emma's. Yeah, we would replace some of Emma's sprites with the beaver, and it would just be like random ones. So occasionally, when you least expect it, the beaver pops up. But like, I think I still have my like I could probably edit the sprite on stream if we wanted to take a break. I'm not gonna do it immediately, but I am opening Photoshop so I can like show it, I think. Yeah. I don't know if I can do that easily. We use this. Why is this squished? Yeah. Like, you could pretty easily, like... I don't know what's exactly shown on screen right now. My old... Photoshop's great. It's not really, but it's like, it works. But, can we freaking... Oh, piss your pants. Sorry. Not appropriate. Right, like... You could just kind of... do like that, right? That really doesn't look half bad, and as long as you like just like delete that section where this is, like you could just change that. I just has Photoshop. See, I have a complicated relationship with Photoshop because I enjoy it, but it also hates me. You know? Like I wish it was easier to use. But like I did all of this in Photoshop, right? Like I have all of these brushes that I got recently that are all like genuinely really good. And like it just, but when I use them, my computer freaks the hell out. Because it's like trying to do too much at once and it just gets overwhelmed. Sometimes your computer just hates paintbrush modes. Anyway, yeah, we could do some sprite edits on stream. Maybe once I get through this day of case. Photoshop is great in quality, but has one of the worst user interfaces. That's true. I can't find... I'm like 100% sure I'm like missing key features of Photoshop because I self-learned it. Self-taught it, whatever. But it works for what I try to do. So... I do think that eventually I want to get into Paint, or not Paint, Clip Studio, but right now, I mean, like, it does the job, and I've found brushes that I like. Most, like, from artists, what I've heard is that, like, Clip is better and has better brushes, but it would mean I have to learn a new thing, even though Clips is probably more intuitive than Photoshops is. It's still learning a new thing, and I just don't have the energy to do that right now. And also, I'm, like, paying for Photoshop right now. I'm not gonna, like, start paying for a different thing. We've already been through this. So I'm gonna press the other 2 bits of testimony, just so we can, like, make sure I'm not missing anything. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? Yeah, we were there. What was a detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. Smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy. That's gross. That's gross. That's a gross thing to say. That night at the concert hall. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys. That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible you simply misplaced them? You literally found them in the hand of the murdered man. It's related somehow. Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prom suspect. Yeah, but he was on stage. Love, slow acting and new. Atroquinine. Atroquinine is waiting for you. He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? Yes. Have you met him? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. Gun hidden in guitar. The guitar that caught on fire? Yeah, no, he's, while on stage, he caught his guitar on fire on purpose. I wouldn't be mad if Clavier was a murderer. I would be, because then we wouldn't get to see Clavier anymore. And I like him. I think he's funny. Has a silly little outfit. The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor adrift on a sea of sound. You were also not in the room where the murder happened. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. That is harsh. I see, I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands? I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution is a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Wait! Simple and decisive. His musician bit has grown contrived to me. Cruel. I just think that he's a little bit of a, like, he's like, he likes to fuck with Apollo, and I think that's good. You know? Like, in the trilogy, we didn't have enough of, like, I guess none of the prosecutors really were like, I'm gonna take this dumb little defense attorney and I'm gonna mess with his head because it's funny. Like, I'm gonna flirt with him because it's funny. You know, like, and I know it's not supposed to be read as flirting because this is 2007, if I can remember the year correctly. But like, bruh, you can't tell me that this, like, it's in my head, it's like, definitely Clavier is flirting with this poor little boy who doesn't realize that he's gay, and that's funny to me. And I will enjoy that till my dying breath. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit. I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. It's not, though! It can't be over already. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence, prosecution has presented our proof, clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain. Ah! Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already! We better come up with something quick! I know! Think, what can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Maki is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that... Trucy, quick, kidnap yourself again. Yeah. Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you better tell us about it now. This is it, and so soon, if I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof. Alright, let's go through everything we have. This is not contradicted. I never looked at this properly. Attorney's bed. I wish. Oh! He couldn't use the gun, right? He was a little baby. He's a little baby boy who clearly cannot use a gun because he is just a little guy. As one would expect from a little child. I think that's gonna be what it is, but I'm gonna look through everything else. Too powerful for the little guy, yeah. It would break all of his bones or whatever. I wonder why it gives, two options. Like for if it's if it's evidence or witness. Like I wonder if there's a witness that works. The defense is prepared to show contradicting evidence. This should be interesting. What kind of evidence? Yes, what sort of evidence, Mr. Justice? Show us evidence contradicting the prosecution's claims. Take that. This evidence does more than contradict. It flips the whole case on its head. Get it wrong? Are you fucking with me? No. Clearly and plainly wrong. No! You can't do this to me! Evidence or a witness that can prove Maki's innocence beyond a doubt. Why do you give me this? The judge dunked on you so hard. I know. It's cruel. I mean, it's like a fucking, it's a wound at shoulder height. Maki couldn't have done it because he's blind. Oh my god. Yeah, he's also he's a child and he's also blind. How are they? Yeah, maybe that is why they're like, let's give us a, give me a witness. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Oh! Are we really going for this immediately? Because I was also like... You could, I suppose, if the answer is he's a child and he couldn't have shot the gun, then we could either show the revolver or show Maki himself, because, like, he's a child. Also, he's blind, which I forgot, but you got that. But also, what's his name's, Latouse's last words were Siren, or whatever. Siren was the witness. I think what this is implying is that it wants us to call Lemire as a witness, which is frustrating because I don't think that's going to work. Like, I think that's gonna do us more harm than good, but whatever. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim there are no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. Don't do that. And on my million seller hit song, Atroquinine My Love. Try it. There he goes again. That's too bad because there was a witness. Ho-ho! Really now? What was that voice? But how did you come to possess such knowledge that prosecution clearly possess knowledge? Fucking god fucking damn it. Yeah, it is the brand of law is more for funsies than for winning the case. Yeah. We really go about things in a convoluted way. How did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. God damn. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... Ugh. He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Goodness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me who is the witness. The witness is Siren. What? The victim said this before he died? Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? Because I'm the only one in the world who knows this, I could be making this up. Which means that if Lemire does not says that she is not at the crime scene, she could fully say she was not at the crime scene, and that I'm making things up in order to... Could there possibly be a character or a person named Ren involved in the case? I don't think so. I don't know if you mean this as a joke. Because I'm sure it's Siren of the ballad, whatever. Darian Crescent. Yeah, that doesn't really work. But yeah, Lemire could just be like, yeah, he made it up to get his client off the hook, but in doing that, she does basically throw her assistant under the bus, which is not nice of her. Anyway, what do you mean by that? All we know is that Herr Forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. But it's the truth, he said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely. My policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. Damn. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need a clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for? Ugh, there's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. I mean, it's clearly we're gonna bring Lemire up. Lemire? But I wish we could call... Oh my god, she could even throw him under the bus and he wouldn't be able to say anything because he doesn't speak English. Damn. Well, that would suck. Recall Mr. Latouche's last words. The witness is Siren. The Siren? Aha, he means the Siren. Yeah. That's right, the Siren of the ballad, Lemire. Lemire was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime. Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We're bringing a horse on the stand? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lemire to the witness's stand. Lemire would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag the story out of her no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the Siren of the Ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind. Ah, you can speak English? Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language. That's odd. Nor where I studied it. What? What does she mean she doesn't know? Amnesia? Or something else? Goodness. I, too, thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lemire suffers from amnesia. Oh. Fascinating. Amnesia? Lemire is not my real name. Oh, 'cause she reflects the things that she freaking sees around her 'cause she's, forgetful. She do a little forgetting. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer Lemire, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yes, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. I think this is an untruth. What, that she has amnesia? It's definitely possible. I think there's something more to Lemire than I think she remembers good. Yeah, it's like, because she's definitely like got something going on that we don't know about. Like, she's a bit too closed off. She's got a weird little kid who follows her around. There's also like, they're like, oh, it's all for show that she only speaks in the foreign language and she has a translator, but actually she can speak the language. It's like, that's a little bit too convenient, you know? Like, something's going on there. Anyway, the judge just was like, I do not care what you have to say, basically. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. Incredible. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lemire. Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I'm being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lemire, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yes, that young gentleman with that wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Please stop talking about my forehead. It's not that big. It just looks big because I've got the like silly little hairs on it that make it like pointing away from it, and that's how, like, you know, that's how shapes are. Like, if I wore those down as bangs or something, it wouldn't look as bad. I promise you. I really don't have that big of a forehead, and I'm not insecure about it. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy. That's a bad thing. What if she murdered him and then forgot? That would be interesting. Like, can you sense... I mean, I guess... she, like, even if she forgot, she would have had some motive to do it, right? Like... I don't know. That'd be interesting. Imagine, like... murdering someone and then, like, having a complete, like, traumatic incident where your personality has changed and you forget that you did it, but you're still, like, convicted of the crime, but you're a completely different person now. That would be wild. I mean, I think even if you did commit someone and then got amnesia, you would still be, like, a person who is capable of murder, and therefore a person that is a little bit, like, dangerous to have. But we're not going to get into the morality of the prison system today. Now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. Right, so it's gonna have to be like... Wait a second. We didn't tell you that thing happened. How did you know that it happened? Actually, it's probably gonna be the brooch. Why was your brooch in the room? As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. And I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. I must say, you sound wonderful, just as— I don't care. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be. Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go. Ah! Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. Lemire wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. I did not return backstage after the second set. You did not return backstage once? What, where were you then? What were you doing? I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing. And was Maki with you at the time? Unfortunately, I do not know where he was. So much for an alibi for Maki. Jeez. That's where I learned something had happened, but I wasn't told the detail. I think what doesn't ring true about her testimony. It's hard to imagine Lemire lying. She's hiding something. I mean, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna present this. Okay, that's what I assumed. I need to take the beer off the stage. The stage? He needs to get out of here. I also, did I have the, like, the icon by Walendo? Was that on while the beaver was on? Or does the beaver cover that? It does cover it. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind if it's on, to be honest. I just, like, keep it there because it's a pit crew. I need to make a new art of myself. I'm working on it. I just am lazy. Okay. I'm sorry, Lemire. I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lemire's. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? Oh, what? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lemire, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you'd been wearing it during your performance that night. Hello? Oh, it's a question mark! That's cute. Just shot himself in the foot. Yeah, prosecutors seem to do that for some reason. What is the meaning of this? Lemire, please explain. Lemire? Oh no, she's speaking in... He speaks fucking Bolognese or whatever? That's a pasta sauce. Bourgeois? She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not gonna work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you've missed one important fact. What now? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. I do not know whereof you speak. Is she really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred. Ah! Is she talking about that? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. No, it wasn't. It wasn't then. I looked. Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Oh, during the bit when he was... Oh, mine God. Mine God. When I was hearing his last words, huh? Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Cold, so cold. Witness, you're cold? Don't worry, we've already gone through this. The witness is Siren. Siren, how can a siren witness anything? L. Yipes, Emma, what was that? And it's there now. Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No? How didn't she see anyone? Could have sworn I heard a door close. Weird. I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this was when your brooch dropped? That explains that. It does. There were no other times I could have dropped it. But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an incident, but you dropped your brooch? Her forehead. She's raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. So she looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. Her forehead shouting. Who's there, no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Mean! Mean! So mean to me. Just a little guy. Ugh. This is a bad courtroom. So true. No one's nice to me. I want to go home. I closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lemire, you did look into the room though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. This bitch is glowing. When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment. Saw nothing, the light. Mr. Latouche's body was behind a wall. Nose led to the police. Mr. Gavin's testimony. I have this, like, feeling that it's her eyes being shifty. Please go up. No! Was it behind a wall? Yeah, I can look at the, How is she not talking during this part? Why is her mouth moving differently behind that part? Or during that part? That's weird. I don't think they should, like, do that. Yeah, we've got, this. I mean, I guess it was kind of behind a wall. You know, like, I don't think you'd be able to see that from there. These are the 2 new statements, so... Maybe it's supposed to show that she's, like, mumbling or something. But I'm not sure. Ugh. Oh, was that her neck? I'm pretty sure that, like, zeroed in on her neck when it, like, actually, like, went through. Which is weird, but okay. The late Mr. Latusse's body, he said. Yes? You know something more about Mr. Latusse's death than you were saying. What? I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. Dear God. Please? Please. Amen. You can't fool my eyes. It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latusse have to be shot? One moment, Lemire. Yes? What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latusse have to be shot? Yeah, how did you know he was shot other than, I don't know, you heard the gunshots that were loud. Like, it's not even, like, that odd to perceive. Doodle, I know you're not God, alright? You're... I can yes and most bits. I'm not pretending you're God. Why do you have to be shot? Yes? She was hiding something, I knew it. Lemire, I'm afraid you just haven't realized it, but your word just now contradicts your testimony. What? I totally am. So none of the general hacking tools are of any use because there's 0 docs for this game's binary, and the only tools that exist that might be able to do anything useful is a script editor, so I could rewrite the entire case but just replace Darian with someone else. What? That's ridiculous. You don't, like, have to do any of this. Like, I don't know why you're bothering. I appreciate it. I think it's really funny. I think it would be a really funny bit if we could, like, actually mod this game. The sort of things I find fun. Fair enough. But, like... like, we've really picked a difficult game to mess with, apparently. Your words just now contradict your testimony. Huh? How could that be? Take this. Lemire contradicted her own testimony and I have the evidence to prove it. Do I? Shit, my dude. I don't remember what her testimony is the issue. Gun. Yeah, but I don't think that's, like... that just doesn't seem like what they... what they want. You know, like, if they just wanted me to say, like, you would assume if they just wanted it to be like, you shouldn't have known it was a gun, they would have just said outright, she shouldn't have known it was a gun, right? Like, they wouldn't have me go into presenting evidence. Sorry for the noise, I was drinking water. So, I'm between this, which is the thing that's like, you couldn't have known he was shot because you didn't see it because it was behind a wall. What if you tried presenting the gun? What if when you tried presenting the gun, Apollo just shot it at whoever? Yeah. Like if the game was a bad slow FPS. Yeah. I think that at some point in this game we should just transition it completely into a first-person shooter. Instead of a law game. I think we should just do a wild, like, what do you call it, pivot in the middle of the game. I think that would be good. Anyway, between this diagram about the, like, you couldn't see it because there was a wall. This, that's like, no one is to speak to anyone outside the investigation concerning the details of the case. Or just the straight-up gun. I'm gonna save. I think I'm gonna go with this first. That seems wrong. I do not misunderstand the meaning of contradiction. It is you who contradict, Mr. Judge. Game loves to deep fry audio. Ah, okay. Tell me, Lemire, how did you know he had been shot? This is... I could have just said this with words instead of having to present some fucking evidence that's like, oh, we weren't supposed to talk about the case to anyone who I was... Shut up. I love this game. I criticize it because I love. How did you know he had been shot? Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. That doesn't even mean that she had heard nothing, though, is the thing. Like, we're really basing this on really shaky ground here. You knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot. How could you have known? Yerk. And we went into perceive mode for that too? Bruh. Well, Mirror, you are hiding something from this court, I hope. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Now I remember. I like her little reaction animation. It's so cute because it makes like a question mark on her hood or on her like mask. Now I remember. Please allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latouche had been shot. you're like making it even like stranger. Like because it's like I would rather, even though it would be more difficult for me, I'd rather they be just like, she heard the fucking gunshots. She heard the gunshots because she was walking into the back room. She was walking into the dressing room. And she was walking down the hallway and she heard gunshots. Unless the music was too loud or something. Unless the music was too loud or something. Timing is also just weird. Like, where was she when we were in the hallway, right? Like, because her set had already ended. So she was on stage, like, cleaning up. And then the fact that they just let a magician hang out in the court like it's a young lad or lass's birthday party is very funny while everyone else is discussing a shooting. They let an 8-year-old hang out in the court, though. Like, an 8-year-old spirit medium, Pearl. Like, they just let whoever hang out in this court. They also, like, have an entire audience to, like, watch, but, like, that's, I don't know. I guess I'm just not surprised. I'm surprised they don't put an age limit on it, but, like, yeah. The fact that it is a magician, though, like a little 15-year-old birthday party magician. Incredible. But yeah, like, we were standing in the hallway while Lemira was upstairs on the stage cleaning up. We hear gunshots. She does not hear the gunshots because she is on stage. Although I guess we're trying to prove the point that she was, like, actually there and saw something. But then how did her... God, I'm more confused now, you know? Only a glimpse, yet you knew there were bullet holes? Yes, I recognized them immediately. I've seen bullet holes before, you know. You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country. I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lemira someday. Fucking read the room, Shursey. I plan on recording my next album overseas. Read the room, Clavier. Their studios have a different sound, you know. Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour too. I'm sorry, Apollo. Nobody wants that. Not even me. And I love you. So that's it? That's it? Fuck's sake. What am I supposed to present? What, a Chords of Steel tour? You kind of want that? Ugh. That's... Maybe it's that it's like the door opens inward and you couldn't have... That's gotta be it, right? Like, that she's like, what the fuck? How did you peek around that little thing? That's probably what it is. Lemira, they call you the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. This smug little smirk whenever he, like, comes up with a retort like that is very funny, because it's like, you don't have to be, like, clever and witty in your takedowns as a lawyer. Like, that's not part of the job description. You just have to prove your client innocent or guilty. But okay. A put down worthy of a prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Apollo's Siren's lying, like... Siren's lying is like their whole thing. Yeah. Oh, how could she have known the bullet holes were there if she didn't shoot him with a gun? Yeah, I mean... They lie to sailors to trick them into dying. Yeah, like the whole... Sirens on the rocks, luring sailors to their doom by singing sweet songs of, like, fucking hubris or whatever. I don't even remember. Greek mythology nonsense that I only remember because of Percy Jackson. Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Another fucking comment about my forehead. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yo. Come on, can't I be cool for once? No. Observe the diagram. Lemire, you looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct. Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were in the wall the door is on. Eh? You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen the bullet hole. Yark! Oh, I like the little train she's got there. Lemire. Yes. I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something. And I must tell you? I must tell you what it is that I saw? I mean, yeah, if you want your little bestie, your little adopted son to get off the hook, yeah, you do need to tell me. Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded. We're being recorded? And I'm certain it will air on the news in Virginia. You understand that your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knows how Mr. Latouche died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lemire. Very well. Lemire, please continue your testimony. Very well, I shall. I do think it's important also to tell her she is allowed to refuse to testify. Like, it doesn't reflect well on her, but because she isn't the one on trial, she can refuse to testify. Like, she does have the right to that, legally. But, well, I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There's something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. Okay. Finally, the window is coming in. She's not the one on trial yet. Yeah, I think there's something up with her, but I don't think she did it, even. She is suspicious. Anyway, at least the window's coming into play. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person. I know it was. So you did witness the crime. The killer was a grown person, you say? Ah, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Her Forehead. Thank you. That's the first time I've been complimented this whole case. Apollo just has no response. Okay. It was the judge. Finally. He is a grown person. And distinctly not a little guy. As we have decided. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination. Great going, Apollo! You were right about Lemire. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. Yeah, how did her brooch get in there if she was outside? Something's up. Something's up. Something is up. And I do not know what it was. What it is, what it was. On my way from a window, that's how 2 shots. Critical flaw. I'm just gonna press everything. So you were heading towards the dressing room? Yes. This is a little before she opened the room door and dropped her brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots. I was on my way back. What exactly is something like a little window? A little window? I don't know. Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes. You need not worry, Lemire. Your choice of words is impeccable. There's a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail? That little window on the wall. Oh, it says do not open under it. Interesting. I, saw the crime from there. You are certain you heard 2 shots fired. Again, back and forth between heard and said. Or heard and saw what happened. Which is frustrating. Because it's not consistent. 2 shots fired. Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This is when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. A faint sound? Didn't we only hear 1 shot? I don't know. All I know is that there were 2 bullet holes in the wall and 1 injury on the man. Wasn't 2 holes part of the mystery? Maybe I'm crazy. No, that's definitely possible, but I would have to go back and look, and I'm frustrated because a lot of the stuff, like, I don't want to miss stuff just because I took time in between. That's it. It was 1 wound on the man. Yeah, but it could have also been only 1 noise. That is when I heard a faint sound like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer. And there were 2 bullet holes at the scene, no contradictions so far. It happened on the other side of that window. There's nothing I could do. It wasn't Maki. It wasn't Maki who shot, are you sure? Yes, quite certain. Haha. It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object? Yeah, Paula, what are you thinking? Drucy, let's just listen to what Lemire has to say. Yeah, like, can I not ask her questions, clarifying questions? Even if it doesn't make things look better for me? Like, can you tell me how you were so sure? Yes, of course. You see, it was a grown person. I know it was. A grown person. That's a little vague. I'm sorry. My skill with your language is lacking. I know. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Enjoy the rest of this. Yeah, thanks for being here. I wish you luck with your, investigation into the sprites. I am also going to do a little bit of research if I remember. But I am very fascinated by the idea of us just making a stupid little mod. Have a good night. My skill with your language is lacking, I know. Certainly, you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. He was a man, a young man. And you're sure of that? Yes, his voice was quite clear. His voice? Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter. As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. You heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche? I'm sure she knows what Mr. Latouche sounds like if they've spent hours together. Or weeks together. Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was the Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known. Indeed. You were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man. Paula, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Maki. Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What's the defense's opinion of this testimony? That skunk-tail-headed rat was behind this. I mean, he is a grown man. Like, the two grown men in this case are, I guess, us, but we know we didn't do it, hopefully. Clavier and Darian. So, like, it's really between Clavier and Darian for her testimony, but something's up. I mean, I think the game is leading us towards it's contradictory, but... Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lemire's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Herr Forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. Yeah, there's no way for a grown man to leave the room. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. There we are. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lemire has to be lying. I know, and I know it's bad for our Wait a second! Sorry. There's another case, and I hate to do this again, but I am bringing up Danganronpa once again. A locked room murder. I do believe... Oh, maybe there's a different thing. But I'm thinking of 3-3 right now. I'm thinking of a different murder mystery. But it's this idea that... What if it was a ghost? Yeah, how did the killer leave the room? What if they didn't? Right? What if somehow the killer remained in the room until... What if it was that two-faced looking bear from Danganronpa? But yeah, what if it was Monokuma who popped out of the ground and did the murder and then popped back into the ground and so he could leave the room? No. It's the person... A person who did not leave the room and hid somewhere in the room until they could escape and then come back and make it seem like they had not been there the whole time. And I just kind of remembered that, like, at the beginning of this stream, Darian kind of pops up out of nowhere and we're like, oh, where have you been? What if he had been hiding in the room while we were in there? And then when we left the room, because Emma was like, don't leave the room, and then we ended up leaving anyway, and so he had a chance to escape. What if? What if? You did it. Listen. If you did a murder, we can't be friends anymore. If you murdered this fictional character, that would be crazy. That would be ridiculous. I can't believe this. This is just silly. This is just ridiculous. I can't believe this behavior. But I do think it could be someone who hid in the room and then came back while we had left the room after explicitly being told not to. That'd be fascinating. Killing someone in Ace Attorney would ruin my dream of becoming the Ace Attorney judge. That's so true. Although the judge has, like, several times alluded to having done a murder, or at least a crime. So, I really don't think that would even mess you up that much. I think you'd be fine. You need a complex past in order to be an Ace Attorney judge. Um, I'm annoyed though because I can't remember the locked room murder that I'm thinking of, because I don't think it's Danganronpa actually. I think it's a different one where they're like, it's kind of the inverse where they're like, oh, it had to have been someone who was in the room still, so you're the first person that we saw upon entering the room of the crime. You did it, when in fact it was like someone was able to escape the room and then come back. But I can't remember what I'm thinking of, which is really annoying. Alright, I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as Hair Forehead says. Yet, this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What next? What's he talking about? The mirror. I understand why you would want to protect Maki. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad. And lies do not become such a creature. It sounds cooler when you say it, you fucker. Don't steal from me. What does the prosecution mean? Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? Exactly. I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room? Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. Why? Walls thin. Next question. What? But I sure. Sure. The mirror. I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. My opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. God damn. But she's the only eyewitness we have. So you say. And the victim named her, the siren, as the witness? Would you rather be an Ace Attorney judge or an Ace Attorney sidekick? Sidekick all the way. I don't like the judge. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Like, I guess, the only reason I would be a judge is because it would move the cases faster, and like, because things sometimes move slowly, I guess, because it's like you have to kind of explain stuff to the judge. But you would be yourself in control of the situation. Exactly. Yeah. So you wouldn't really have to deal as much with. So I guess it depends on like what your goal is, right? Like, if your goal is to make the court run more efficiently and figure out the truth faster, then I do think being the judge is the most beneficial. If you just want to have fun and be like a little guy, a little creature, I would love to be a sidekick, just because I think they're silly. Every sidekick has been just silly, goofy, little man, little gal, who is just having a good time. And I love that for them. You know, like, I think it would be fun to be a sidekick. And just be super annoying to the defense attorney, you know? Alright, and the victim named her, the siren, as the witness. That's right, that's what Mr. Latouche... We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility, and brought us to this. Herr Judge. Yes? The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. What? Please. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. Why? There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. But if Lemire can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Maki's innocence. Oh my god! You can't just, like, send her... What the fuck? You didn't even give me a chance to protest. Like, at all. I can't, like... Clavier's like, oh, well, she saw a man, but a man couldn't have left the room. And also the window was closed. Guess that means she's unreliable. Bye. We've had such worse witnesses We had like witnesses that are 10 times worse in games before, and you're like, oh, you believe in me? The fucking one person that like might be on our side, and the judge is like, bye, get out of here, loser. She didn't do anything wrong. Like, we could have easily figured out what I just figured out, which is she is telling the truth, and the man simply did not leave the room. Maki could have gone through the vents at a different time for a different reason, even. Like, he did move the body. He likely did move the body. I don't know why, but like, oh, I guess I don't know how you would move a body through the vents. That does sound bad, but Judge's beard looking like a padlock. It does. I assume it's meant to do that, though. And it's like meant to do that through the whole game. Okay, this cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case. Danke. Now, very well. Ah, yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Wait, let me hear Lemire's testimony one last time. But the cross-examination is already over. Until such time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand. Sorry, I could not be of more assistance. Ridiculous. This is bullshit. This is rigged! At last, back to the real trial. You piece of absolute ass. You piece of ass. Why? Back to the real trial, dick. Ready here, forehead? Ah! I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? My German accent is getting thicker, which is interesting. Don't ask me! I dislike saying the same thing twice. And I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Guy. I fucking can't keep my words straight right now. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latouse's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. I think I need to take a quick break. Wait, did Emma leave and come back, or was she just standing next to Lemire this whole time? I think she left and came back because we did have like that one shot from behind where it was just Lemire. And usually they do just like have the witness leave and come back. Oh, I'm gonna take a quick break. Get some water, get some tea, grab my copy of Pokemon that finally came in the mail. See you in a second. Go get some water or something. Don't forget to hydrate, etc. Hi, sorry. I hope I didn't scare you there. I just, sprinted across, like, to check my neighbors. I pre-ordered Pokemon. I pre-ordered the new Pokemon. They say, oh, it's been delivered on the app. They say, oh, it's been delivered. About 2 hours ago, they say it's been delivered. And I say, okay, I will check downstairs. And it is not downstairs. And then I check across the street. Or not across the street. I check the neighbors on either side. I say, I am going to go look, just glance at their porches and their mailboxes and see if there's anything there, to see if they delivered it to the wrong house, and there's nothing there. And Pokemon is a sneaky little game. I'm just, because we've had, like, just the last thing I had was delivered to the wrong house, and I realized, like, after freaking out that someone had stolen it, I realized I'm like 80% sure that it got delivered to the wrong house, because, like, the last thing was delivered to the wrong house. So I'll probably get it tomorrow from the neighbors saying, hey, sorry, it was delivered to the wrong house. But I'm pissed off that it couldn't get, like, it's a brand new game and I went through the trouble of pre-ordering it. And I know I'm, like, complaining about first world problems, but, like, I was really excited and it's like, it's just not here. You know, like, whatever. Fucking UPS workers aren't getting paid enough to do it anyway, so I can't be that mad at them, you know, but, like, I would like my game. Okay. Joke time, knock knock, boo. Why are you crying? It's only a joke. Ace Attorney, more like Ace Hardware. Those sure are jokes. Congratulations on the jokes. I have tea now. Back to the video game. Yeah, you're welcome. What kind of tea? It's just like Earl Grey. Because it has caffeine in it, and I want a little bit of caffeine. So I do not fall asleep in my chair. And I'm not doing anything tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's just, I get to play Pokemon all day tomorrow. Yup. So I can stay up as late as I want. Alright, back to the video game. Yes, there was only one door in the room. And a witness, you, was standing in front of it. That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I would have a difficult time. You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself. He does state a clear case. Though reading the report, something caught my eye. Oh, what's that? The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances? Again? Why are we always talking about circumstances up in this bitch? Also, we're still kind of overlooking the fact that this is like, we're saying that a small little child could file a .45 caliber gun. Should I go get a sandwich? It depends on the kind of sandwich. Fire that gun, and then we're like, oh yeah, he also, like, carried the body out of there somehow? Whatever, which I'm sure we're going into right now, but, like, something is up. Okay, circumstance again. Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre. What kind would it be worth getting? If you are, like, decently hungry, and it is either easy to make or already, like, there for you. Prepared. Like, if you could make, a ham sandwich and you like ham. I'm not actually a huge fan of ham. I will eat it, but... Or if there was like a 5-minute walk to the all-night sandwich shop. All-night sandwich shop actually sounds fun. Should send the menu. Honestly, I do think you should go get a sandwich. But also, like, you would have to pay for it, which does mean that you have to spend money. Which is always the worst. No. You're not spending money. Ray Sammy's? Remember, full meal swipe gets me free sandwich as meal equivalency. Yeah, but like, do you have a limit on the number of swipes you can do or whatever? I don't remember how college works. Gotta be honest. What's up with the question of go out of bed and go into cold? If you could get a warm sandwich and like, you know, wear some like sweatpants and a big jacket in the cold. I do have a limit, but I went up to even though. But then, like, do you want to save that meal to spare for a time when you really need it, you know? I do think that having a little snack right now would be worth it, if only because I do plan on going for like another hour. So, a little snack might be nice, but it's up to you. Reset next week. I have 2 days into. Then, yeah, I would say go get a sandwich. Okay. If you like leave, if you like turn off your computer or whatever to go get a sandwich, that's fine. you probably won't miss much. No, I'm watching you. Okay. Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre. Right. She's right. Why did Mr. Latu's body disappear from the room and end up on top of that stage tower? Holding a guitar, no less. Grim's gonna ride in my pocket to get sandwiches. You should... I'm not gonna say that. It's a dumb joke. You should tell the people at the sandwich shop to watch my stream. Don't actually do that. A perceptive observation, I judge. Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job for long enough. You should notice those things. You're the judge of the case. You should notice, like, almost everything about the case. As much as possible. You get a nose for things. The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? The missing body. I believe Maki stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match the Mirror's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the... No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. And Maki practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lemire's song? Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not? Its code? Hello. All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. What case are we on? The third case, we're in the first day of trial. We've gone through, like, Lemire's, testimony. Why does Kristoff look tan? Because he is, right? This is a emulator, so I'm not sure if there's like a different version of the game. But yeah, Maki, the little boy, this little guy is accused of murder. And we just went through her, like, and it's like a locked room murder, so it's like he's the only one who could have left the room through the vent. He vented. I'm sorry. And so they're kind of saying like he has to be the one who did it, but she's saying that she saw a grown man in the room. And they just kind of were like, nope, that's impossible, and dismissed her, which was very silly. So we're back to talking to Emma. All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. So, Kristoff's, like, keychain. Sus. Yeah. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latouse's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. Right, so they're saying that Maki was trying to recreate that by putting the body of the victim and the guitar on the tower and, like, raising it up on stage. But, like, he's a 14-year-old boy. How did he move a grown man's body? It looks small. That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I honestly, like, I don't know why. Because they're also saying that this little boy fired, like, a really powerful pistol. I was like, I don't think he could do that. Like, we've made a huge point of, like, oh, trying to fire this pistol without knowing how to use it would break every bone in your body. And it's like, oh, but the 14-year-old could do it. Like, we're just kind of skipping over that, which is very silly. Story out of some fairy tale. I admit I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that. I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs. But killing? It's a wild world out there, Herr Judge. Very well. We have heard one song and dance. Now let's go on to the next. The cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. Okay. Maki stole the body because of some lyrics, which we kind of already went over. He moved the body to match Lemire's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill a victim. Oh, right. So, where's the freaking... Oh, it won't let me go to the witnesses. But Lemire, Maki, and the victim were all from a country called Borginia. But Mr. Latouse spoke English. He may have come to this country before. I looked into that, I assure you. Oh. This is his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently he learned English on his own. Great. You see? No one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion. But also, why would the little boy have motive to kill him, either? Like, you're talking about motive like this 14-year-old blind child, also. Like, he's blind. How is he going to deal with shooting the gun, either? Like, there's so many holes in this, but they're like, oh, it's fine because he's the only one because of the vent. It's like, I do think that someone else killed the man and hid in the room until the room was empty. But anyway, certainly not in such an elaborate fashion. It does seem difficult to imagine. What if he shot it not knowing it was a gun? I mean, I mean, I don't know, because we also haven't been able to communicate with him since the we haven't actually we haven't communicated with him at all because he only speaks Borjanese, and they never, like, bothered to translate it for some reason. Like, Lemira could translate for him, but she hasn't done that. And then the other translator is dead. So, and he also, like, doesn't speak much. But I do think that he would know. I don't know. It does seem difficult to imagine. Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt. I do think that we should have Clavier murder someone. I think that would be funny. What did you say? Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song. That would, yeah. Good. Of course not, and I am quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. That came off too smooth. I think you probably did it. Also, Lemira said, like, it was a grown man who did it. And we just kind of, like, ignored that. That basically leaves... here are the profiles. Yeah, these three. This is the victim. Lemira, and... So those two are the only grown men. And they just kind of dismissed her saying, like, it was a grown man because... I don't know. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music. Okay, way to be... I don't know. Hubris or something. They're even in my textbook at school. And I'd never heard of them. What does that say about me? Boomer Apollo. I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up, Glimmer Boy. Glimmer Boy. And I keep changing how I say his name. Practically left his signature at the scene. What do you mean by his signature? Bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what exactly? The dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim here. In there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Right. So she's saying that it's a kid because he didn't know how to aim the weapon. Difficult to miss, you say? Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Maki, he can't see. Right. That's how we're... Okay. Interesting. That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's not the only one. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? I don't know. Because, on the one hand, I want to object, because obviously I don't want to just let my client get slandered. And besides, there are other explanations for, you know, missing that aren't just like he's blind. But on the other, like, I think I have to raise an objection, but on the other hand, like, I don't know what I will say when I object, you know? Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Maki Tobae, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. You also don't want to picture him firing the gun because he is the one that you are defending in court. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. Haha, take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Maki being tiny? And the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it? Cheers, Tracy. Oh. Does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Thank you. It doesn't have to be the defendant, though. There are other... Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Yerk. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. Well, let's get the facts of the matter on the record. At least, like, objecting there didn't, like, mess up anything. Let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein Detective. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony. Alright. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude that the shooter was blind. This doesn't look so good, does it, Apollo? No, it doesn't. What do we do? First, we don't panic. Given that Maki's case is leaking water by the gallon, Gavin's on a roll, and it's up to me to stop him. Okay. The shooter was blind. Let's see. We still haven't figured out where the shooter is shooting from. Like, the gun is here. I mean, I guess we've kind of said, like, it has to be from over here because that, yeah, like, the line of through the body. But then how did the pistol end up over there? And also, what could have been blocking line of sight? Because I'm, like, we've gotten this piece of testament. I guess we should press it. You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof, per se. Huh? You've merely raised a possibility. Fraulein Detective has made a most logical conjecture based on evidence. Of course, there's more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent. But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? So true. Ah, a very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you would care to explain. He certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene, if you would. There's a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. The studio staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Maki Tobe. He would have known that there was a way out at the top of the stepladder. But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. But I didn't. You only needed to consider what that stepladder was doing there. What's gaming poppers? But he speak no English! You're right! He speak no English! This is so true. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, head forehead? Out of ammunition, perhaps? I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? I do. You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of the central points. Do I have any evidence that could prove that, though? I have a different piece of evidence. the fact that Doodle just brought up that is, you know, he cannot speak English. But clearly, that is not what you want right now. So let's go through this again. This is Lemire's. I don't think I have evidence for that. You know, like, what would prove... What language was the song? It was in English. She sang in English, which... Because originally she only spoke in Borginese, and we were like, oh, how's she singing in English? That's crazy. And it was like, she spoke in English the whole time. It was just part of the act. How could he recreate the crime if he couldn't read or understand the song? But that, like, we're not even... That's the issue, is that you have the right mind... I can try presenting the song, but I think that we can't really prove that that the shooter was sighted right now. Unless this is, like, a roundabout way of doing it. Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. Because I knew you would, have forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because he or she couldn't see. Therefore, Maki, he's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see. I'm not sure that overturns anything, Mr. Justice. Wrong evidence, I'm guessing. Apparently both love and justice are blind. Okay. I have to think there must be something, anything. This doesn't look so good, does it, Apollo? I'm gonna load the state and just say no. I can't think of anything that proves the shooter could see. Your face does not exactly project confidence. Maybe you should just accept it and move on? Apollo, grow a backbone! Very well. The witness may continue her testimony. Didn't even get a word in edgewise. This doesn't look so good, does it, Apollo? No, it doesn't. What do we do? First, we don't panic. Yeah, we've already done this. No, it's not your bad. Wait. Shit. It was steal a body just to match some lyrics. I didn't believe in myself, but it can just be a coincidence. It is as Frowling Detective says. Let us begin with the first verse. Can we, like... What? You want me to sing it? You are the witness, yeah? Or do you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as a vocalist is not trivial. Fine, fine. Let's look at the first part of the lyric, shall we? I didn't want to go through this, but... Yeah, fair enough. I'm not gonna sing anymore. The last time I tried to sing, it did not go well. That's true. When you stole away the keys, my heart held on. She's so tight. Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped keyring was stolen that morning. Come on, you got this. No, it's already like not lined up with the lyrics anymore. Next, we go to the right page of the lyrics sheet, where we find burning on my heart, fire, burn my love away all away. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. Like a bullet of love. Fire, take my heart, life away, all away. Mr. Letizia's life was taken away by a bullet. Bravo, Fraulein Detective. Your singing is not bad. Now for the finale. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Letiz is found with a guitar high in the sky over the stage. No series of coincidences could be so well conceived. He's right, scientifically speaking. What would Waki have said? That concert was whack. Never mind, it was all worth it for that. It's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that. Anyway, the shooter. You moved the body to match Lumire's song. I hope this, like, works. Your Honor, what do you think about the waste? Okay, we're gonna try it with the... No, stop fucking crunching the... Stop. I can't present him. Ugh. I feel like we're definitely on the right track with, like... Maybe I can present it for the last one? So maybe it was that I had to be... Can I prove that the shooter was sighted? I don't know what to do. Because I have that evidence that's like, there's no way he could have followed the lyrics, and there's no way he would have known about the vent because he didn't speak English. And... But they want me to prove that the shooter was sighted, and I don't know how to do that. Thanks for the Steve emoji. Really helpful. And motivational. Oh, goodness. I guess I'll try this here, maybe? Nope. Okay. That's stupid logic. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. I legit have no clue what they want from you. I do. I know now. Sometimes if I'm really stuck and I feel like an idiot, I look up the answer because I'm a stinky little cheater. Are you using an ASMR mic? No, I'm just using like a Blue Yeti, which is like the most basic streamer mic. Anyway, I cheated, and it's a dumb thing that they want you to do. So it's like, of course it's dumb as the attorney. Prove the killer could see. So we do have something that could prove the killer could see. See, it's something I was noticing earlier, but I was like... So, this. This is that evidence. Photograph of the crime scene? So, we look at the photograph. This. It's supposed to be like, oh, he was trying to write the killer's name. And the killer wiped it. Because they could see. And if they were blind, how would they know that? I was kind of like, oh, he was like trying to write it, but like didn't manage to. Or like messed it up because he was in the process of dying. Like, I get it. I get what they mean, right? But I don't think that's like definitive. I think the idea that we were going for, that, you know, he didn't speak English, made a lot more sense, but that's just not what they want right now. So we have to go for this first. Because this is Ace Attorney. But yeah, I've put the guide away now. I just wanted to... I had the guide out earlier because I got, like, completely stuck in a room, like, waiting for the next scene to trigger, and it was because I hadn't looked at, this postcard yet. I was just standing there in the Governor's dressing room, like, staring at the wall, like, what am I supposed to do? When is Emma coming back? And it was, like, you have to pick up this postcard, and then Emma appears out of nowhere. Like, sometimes the game is just like that. The photograph of the crime scene? I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. This is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? A weird way of putting that, but okay. Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. Contradiction in the scene of crime is... The contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstains? I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court. It's also like, in basically every court case... Not basically, but like multiple times in multiple Ace Attorney court cases, it's been like, oh, the killer or the victim was trying to write the killer's name, and there was like a plant by the actual killer. You know, like, we've never trusted the killer writing the victim, and you never should. It's always foolish. Which sucks, because it's like, then how are you supposed to say who killed you? Anyway. It's almost as if you wrote something. Aha! I get it. At least I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. What would he write but the shooter's name? What would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. She's like 15 and she's like, but what would he write it in but his own blood? Normal things to say. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. That does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Yeah, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. This is what I was talking about before, where it's like, the judge keeps alluding to this mysterious past where he killed people. And like, I don't trust this man. Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this. You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Lutus was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait. Once he saw what it was? But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Ack! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Maki Tobe, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible! Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems clear that the shooter could see. Yet, up until now. Seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert. Apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. Could we not have gone over this, like, at the beginning of this case, maybe? As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. This is literally the same as, like, updated autopsy report. Bitch ass. Oh my god, if it is an actual updated autopsy report, I will eat something. Not gonna say I'll eat mine. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us. Probably because he does know something we don't, and he's about to tell us. What will you eat? Veggies? I don't know. I'll go downstairs and find something in my fridge. I don't know. It's not like you'll even have any proof, because I'm not turning on my camera. I've got an idea. Let's rock. With these documents. But before that, I have a question for Fraulein Detective. If I may? Oh, what? Tell me. Why do you think that Maki Tobe is blind? Huh? Oh, what did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. Did no one verify that this child is blind? Did we just kind of go, oh, he wears sunglasses inside, he must be blind? Is that seriously what's happening? I'll lose my absolute marbles. Of course. He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't the mirror lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Maki Tobe. According to this, Maki Tobe can see perfectly well. God freaking... What is happening in this courtroom? What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. This is the second time that we've been through, like, publicity ploy with these two. Then what was the point of that whole last bit, Gavin? I don't know! That too! Yeah, us being like, oh, yeah, let's figure out... I hate... These guys are silly. Silly little boys. Silly little guys. Oh, the guy had to be blind because he freaking... We're running in circles. He can see quite well. But you said... What did I say exactly? Fair forehead. Not once in the course of this trial have I claimed that the defendant was blind. He probably hasn't, has he? It's all been Emma. It's all... Fuck. The only one who did that was Fraulein Detective. But that's... a significant fact, yes. Consider Makito Versailles. He was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. You see no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes on the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Herr Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the 45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. Ack. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. Irk. This is where the real fun begins, Herr Forehead. Yarg! Yeah. Go and see. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk! Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. So true. If we can please end the bickering now. Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Ugh, don't say that. Ah! Aha! Aha, what? This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yeah. Oh, God damn it. You might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. Luminol? Called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Ah, yes. Have we done these tests yet? Ha, as if I'm gonna tell you. Blood stains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, this section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Time travel spray. Yeah. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. It is very silly how in games like this they get the protagonist to like do all of the work at all times. Like there's no reason that the defense attorney should be doing this job. But a chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Right? Right. Ready? It's easy as pie. That was a mistake. Well, lesson learned. If you have like a wet tea bag, don't try to suck the tea out of it. It just is bitter and cold and bad. Ready? It's as easy as pie. Just touch the screen to spray an area. Here, give it a try. Eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Polo, your hand's shaking. Let's do this. This is silly. The bag is full of leaves. I know. I didn't, like, eat the leaves. I just, you know, drank the juice. Wow, it really works. And it also is nothing. Bunch of nothing. It's like complaining that sucking on rock salt doesn't taste. Yeah. But you don't put, like, salt. You don't, like... Yeah, no, actually it is kind of this. It's still bad the second time I try to do it. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX 314206. Lucy, stop. No, it's fine. I'm trying to orient this in a different way. Like how 11037. But it's not working. I'm trying to figure out what this means. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is, if the killer is a robot. Aha! I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interesting. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. Oh. Why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that? Good show, Fraulein Detective. Welcome. Eh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Don't have him. Don't. I don't want to see this man. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. Oh, he's gone. I'm not sure what to think of all of this. Prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. It's not airtight in the slightest. You still haven't figured out how the 14-year-old boy fired a .45 caliber gun. Shh. He hasn't even turned his head to the side yet. It's fine. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol ID agent, or Interpol agent. Oh wait, I know. What if Maki Tobe's really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. A possibility, yes. One that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did Latouche know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Maki Tobe. What are you talking about? Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. Rude! My god. What if he's like a James Bond-style License to Kill spy? That would be interesting. Because, like, working undercover is like a... Oh, I'm just a translator, you know? Like, I'm not anyone special, but in fact, he's like a trained spy. Maybe he's there to, like, protect the, Maki and what's her name? Lemire, because they're or something. Like, cause he's traveling, but he's like undercover as like a. Cause I don't think it's the kid, and I don't think it's the girl. So he's kind of the like. It only makes sense that he's writing his own number. So to kind of identify to the Interpol agency that he's died and like his case is wrong. Oh, the boy? I was just thinking that Latouche was the spy. It could be that the kid is a spy. But I just don't see it, you know? That would also mean that he would be the killer. And I don't think he's the killer, you know? It seemed too much of a bother to tell you, which is really rude. You had me until that last bit. What if this trial ends with you just letting him go for murder because he can legally do it? I don't think that's how spies work. I think they still face, like... some kind of punishment. I just don't think he would, like, go to prison. I think he would go to, like, spy prison or something, you know? Like, James Bond can. Well, yeah. But they never caught James Bond. Did they? You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Maki pretend he couldn't see? Exactly. Makes a little sense. It makes little sense. What do you think, Carefore? Huh? Me? Maki Tobe pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Yes, to you, Clavier? Yeah, a little bit, actually. Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. You don't need to brag about this man, or this man. He's just like a guy. What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Maki Tobe pretended blind. It wasn't for his own sake. Picture now? So I'm guessing that's for Lemire's sake, but I still don't get it. It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign the blindness? The only thing I can think of is oh. Is it gonna be this? Is that why I had to pick this up? Because it's like he's doing it for Lemire's sake because her whole thing is to see with sound. So that's why that was their publicity stunt. That's goofy. This game is goofy. Maki had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means no, it couldn't be. Good show, Hair Forehead. It seems you've thought of something. Ugh, why can't I figure these things out on my own? Hate having to take my cues from this guy. Me too. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. There it is, Lemire. Lemire and Maki Tobe. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over their years before visiting our country. Lemire and her pianist
They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times? Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Maki could see. Why did they have to keep up the act this whole time? Well, or wasn't it part of their performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Maki did not need to be led by the hand at all. That could only mean one thing. What? Are we saying that Lemire is blind? I don't believe this shit. I wasn't even thinking that at all. My God. Really? Really, it was all the other way around. Oh my God. That's insane. Well, because we've kind of gone with this thing of Lemire could see, but could only speak Bourgeois. But I guess we never said, but it was like, and then Maki couldn't see. But Lemire can't see, but she can speak English. But Maki can't speak English. But then her whole thing is like painting. Or not painting, it's singing. Painting with... Can't even read that down here. Painting with sound or whatever. So I guess that does make sense. But like, then why is she going all over to... Why was that publicity stunt necessary? I guess we'll probably go over it. But it's like, why would they be like, oh yeah, let's just switch it for publicity? Like, what's the point? I don't get it. It was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lemire. Well, what's this? Do you mean to say that Lemire is... she's... Yes, Your Honor. Lemire is blind. What? What? You can echolocate. What? This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. I just missed a piece of text there. What do you mean you've cracked it? Don't even tell me. Don't tell me. You keep, like... accidentally spoiling things for me. Is it fine? I enjoy it, honestly. It just feels like we're hanging out playing a video game. This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please shed some sanity on this man. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast Shut up! Yet I see it is not vast in vain this time. No, she can echolocation. That's it. I solved it. Easy. What does that have to do with anything? If she can or cannot echolocate. He's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lemire herself? I believe she's still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. Bailiff, bring in Lemire. Lemire, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet I must. Please, do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes, she really can't see? Really? It's true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Bourguignon countryside one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are... Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lemire. Know too that my memories begin in darkness, where light has... I see. You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of the trial, I have read. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate that this direct witnesses... You son of a bitch! You're playing with words again. Ah. Now, Lemire, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It's never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a little lost here, Your Honor. Lemire's eyes. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew it. Though as silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. No one on my staff knew, of course, but no others. That all sounds like solid. But this is murder trial. Apologize, it was part of my contract, you say. You see, I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. She told us the truth in the beginning. When she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. Why? But what is there left to ask? There's one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best that we let it get it. Perhaps it is best that we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court would not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there's only one part that bothered me. So let me ask about that and I'll be happy. I don't know what you want! I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So, silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. Because that's her confession of sorts. This is one part that bothers me. It's the last 3 lines that bother me. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Why not change the PR line? But there's also this part that bothers me. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. So does that mean that Latouche knew? Right? He had to have. I think I want to press this. And I know that it's going to punish me if I ask unnecessary questions. But I'll try. Was that to protect your image as the landscape painter in sound? It does not matter so much to me, really. The label is quite concerned about it, I think. A landscape painter who can't see that's like a pianist who can't play, huh? I'm not sure you can compare your father to Lemire. The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Nothing is secret when it comes to publicity. Okay, I won't compare something. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You're thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Am I? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. Is it like him saying that she's a witness? Like, he could have seen, I guess he would have seen her outside the window. He's a lot. Oh, okay. So it's like he saw her outside the window, but how would he know that she knows who the killer is? You know? Okay, he's alive. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Cold, so cold. Witness, you're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help's on the way. Can't see. Oh! Can't see! That's because he was saying the witness can't see. Who's the witness? The witness is Siren. Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. Tisk tisk. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There's no mystery if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness, Siren. We've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense. Aw. I've been like acting this shit out. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before that. Can't see. Act. That's right, he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Stop making sight jokes. Well, head forehead? Rather relaxing and looking at the facts first. Well, now we know. Order. Recall Amir's earlier testimony. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? Ah. But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots. And the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. How do you know the window was closed? The window was open when we checked it. What if the window was closed after? Oh, we have already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor. What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation on the police number. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us. Well, let's hear it. We will continue the cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Diane. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity, and a cautious killer tried to wipe him away. Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent? So him being Lemira's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns the 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latouche. That makes sense because he was an undercover agent. It caught you for the phrase sucked me. So that's fun. It belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. Hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties in with everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Gerson. It's a great deal. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it. Wait. Oh, is what's happening what I think's happening? Lemire, is something the matter? That voice just now. Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I am sure of it. It was him. You aren't saying. The voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. Oh! Okay. Okay. Listen, okay. I was suspicious of Mr. Darian, but oh no. Is this some kind of a joke? What? No way. The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lemire fingering Darian Crescent. Alright. Lemire, suspecting Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lemire heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no one-thing out now, Apollo! Don't ask me questions. Alright! And that is gonna be the end of the stream tonight. I am tired. But I had a very good time. This was a lot of fun. I'm very excited for we will probably get through the conclusion of this case next week. It'll be 2 more trials, so it might be 2 weeks, but we'll see how fast the trials can go. Especially since, I mean, it's like we've got a new suspect now. If it is in fact Darian, then we just have to kind of prove that it's him. So it might only be 1 more trial unless something drastic comes up. I don't know. Anyway. On that note, I will be back later. Oh, I won't be here next week because of Thanksgiving. So 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today. Unfortunately. But yeah. Good to see you guys. Thanks for being here.
See you in 2 weeks. Good night.